All right. Okay, well, welcome to our first session with the BEA BSD Substitute Bargaining. Just a little housekeeping. There's a fridge in there labeled BEA, Beaverton Education Association. You're free to help yourself to anything in it. There are bathrooms out in the hall. To the right is the women's, to the left is the men's. If you need a more gender neutral, we don't have one in the building, but the bathrooms downstairs, which there's a door code in your room, are, because they're keypad locked, are much more private. And that's where we tend to send people. Other than that, today would be day one of 150. So
There you go. Okay. And thank you. You're welcome. You want to just go through all of our agenda topics and what we plan to do today?
yeah.
Okay. So we talked, probably do some introductions because there are a lot of new faces here. So it'd be great to do that. You shared about the housekeeping, so that's great. We all know that. Lunch. will
Yeah,
be-
lunch will be at noon.
Okay. And do you, what is it?
I believe it's kind of like a breedable situation, Cuban type food. Yeah,
Okay.
and they'll be like already packaged, so easy to take with you.
Okay, and then we'll do lunch in our, probably work. It'd be
Yeah.
working lunch. Okay, sounds good. And then we want to talk about articles, like which ones we will do for today. And then possibly if there are, we can talk about possibly TAing an article if that's the case, if neither party wants to open an article. And then I thought we'd talk about the formatting process so that we're off on the good foot from the very beginning, because we want Shell, who's keeping our stuff in order, to make sure that it's correct and it works for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna do introductions.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
you said I did.
yeah, we just went through the
Oh,
agenda
okay.
of what we're gonna do so that we all know what is expected. So,
Yeah, sounds good. And this is technically Emily's boss, so he's just observed for a little bit.
Peter Brogan, nice to meet you guys.
how are you?
Just here
Very
for
nice to meet you.
observation and support purposes.
Okay,
Yeah.
very nice.
Sign
Very
on the wall.
We all know what it's like to have your boss show up.
I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry.
Peter Brogan.
Peter, okay.
Yeah, we do.
Well, where?
We're gonna send you good thoughts. All right, so we'll start with introductions. And we talked about a connector.
Yeah,
What was that connector?
if you had a theme song, what would
There
it
we
be?
go. That's right. So I'm glad we're putting that out there. So just think for a minute about a theme song for your day, your year, your life. So. And then. You guys want to start?
Sure, do you want to go first, Audrey?
I don't know what my theme song is
Okay.
yet.
You wanna give a few more minutes? So I'll just talk, it would be really great if we knew your name, how long you've worked in the district. And then for those individuals who are at a site, your assigned site.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. My name is Audrey Hood. I've been a substitute with BSD since 2013. And I would guess my theme song would be like Dixie Chicks Wild and Free.
There you go.
I'm Katie Lucan, she, her, I'm the BEA vice president. I'm also an elementary school teacher, so I've been at quite a few schools across this district. So this is my 9th year in the district, and if I had a theme song, it would not because I have a broken heart, but I would say I Can Do It With a Broken Heart by Taylor Swift. Only because I love the line, I cry a lot, but I'm so productive. Yes, I do, but I am very productive.
Hi, I'm Emily McCann. I'm a Uniserv consultant with OEA assigned to support BEA. I've been here 2 years. I arrived from the state of Florida, so it's been an interesting transition. And if I had a theme song, I guess for obvious reasons, it would be Which Side Are You On? The old Pete Seeger song.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm Sarah Kennedy. I did a brief stint in 1999 at BSD as a sub, and then had a 4-year job. Then I came back in 2004. So I've technically been paid by Beaverton School District since 2004 till now. And I am long-term subbing in Westview High School's ISC, who hasn't had a full-time teacher all year, technically. So I jumped in January 6th. I love it. got some friends from Meadow Park there, mine, at least. Yeah, so I would, in my head, it was the final countdown was playing in my head. I have no idea. The final countdown.
Yeah.
It's like a good motivating energy song. So thank you.
My name is Rebecca Dennis. I have been a teacher in the district since 2008. I was science teacher for most of that time, middle school. Last 2 years, I went to transferred to subbing just because my husband's also a teacher in the district at base. And having 2 kids with 2 full-time teachers was just kind of Herculean. So this allows me a little more flexibility and allows us to continue doing that. In terms of theme song, gosh, I feel like my life is a theme song. We're constantly singing at my kids and they're like, oh gosh, mom, not another one. But the one that we come back to just as a family is Kooks by David Bowie. So yeah, anyhow, if you've never heard it, it's a very sweet song, but it's all about being a couple of kooks that have a family and love that about ourselves. So
I'm Michelle Fout, and I work in human resources. And I have been there nearly 18 years. And one of my responsibilities is absence management, so substitutes. I absolutely love all of you, so thank you. And I'm not a big music person, but I do love the song Happy. It just is, makes me happy, so I guess that would be it.
Hi guys, I'm Kristen George. I've been in HR for 7 years, I think. And I'm currently a supervisor over the contract center, so we do leaves, tuition reimbursement, all that good stuff. The song that I would choose for our theme song is one that our family tends to really like, and that's Crazy Train by Ozzy Osbourne, and that's just because our life is so crazy. Yeah.
I'm Jessica Jones. I am the budget manager for the district and I have been in the district for 15 years. And I am also not a huge music person, but right now my playlist is my 10-year-old daughter's softball playlist. So, but when you described it, what I was thinking was, what I immediately went to was the Friends theme song, because one, it's budget season and there's a lot going on right now, but also I had quite the fiasco with my 10-year-old daughter and a bunch of aunts this morning. And so we're there, we'll deal with it, but I'm always there. So.
I'm Sherry Reese. I started working for the district in 1997 as a first grade teacher, and I think I'm coming on my 28th year. I'm currently the principal at Sexton Mountain Elementary. My song that just popped into my head as soon as you said that was Don't Stop Believing. And that's just kind of our, especially spring break to the end of the year. Keeping everyone just believing we got this.
Grant Pyros was a teacher at Mountainside, helped open that school, and been assistant principal for this my 4th year. So I was at Conestoga and I'm at a park, and Rebecca, Sarah, thanks for all your help. Good to see you guys. And yeah, Lion King soundtrack came to mind. The first movie I saw when I was pretty sheltered as a kid, and watched that when I was 13. It was like life changing. And then my little kid, I have a 2-year-old, and he's like obsessed with it right now. So every time I get in the car, it's going in circles. So.
Hi, I'm Janine Mobley. I've been with Beaverton School District in HR for 5 years. And I think about my theme song. I don't know if it's my particular theme song, but I just heard it over break and it was Me Too, It's a Beautiful Day. And I just feel like I try to wake up every day with a positive attitude. I like the beat of that song.
My name is Erica Marson. I believe I'm going into my 20th year in the district. It's been a great run and I love it. And I work in HR and I primarily support at the elementary level. And my theme song, it just is what it is. It is working 9 to 5. And it is very true. So. Awesome. Thanks. All right. So do you want to just jump in and we talk about just all of the articles, just go through all of them?
Yeah,
Okay. So I don't know how you want to do this, if we want to go through all of them and say, yes, oh, this is the one that I'm going to present today.
yeah.
How do you want to do that?
Yeah, because when we had met previously and we kind of talked about which ones, we're gonna open everyone but two.
Right.
So then we're ready to present 3, 4, 6, 9, and 10.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, so we can do that,
Yeah.
and then we have one, and we agree with two, we don't want to
Yeah.
open, but we have 1, 5, and hopefully they're coming 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Right, okay, that sounds good. So we can just jump right in.
yeah, do you want us to get started since
Yes,
y'all
since
have
we're
some
waiting on a
meetings
copy.
still? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with these. I'll pass those, okay?
And then with formatting. we
Yeah.
Just want to mention that as we're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And Michelle, do you want to talk about what you propose for the top section to make sure that we're well within? You were requesting for that.
Absolutely. Just the date that it's presented, who is presenting it, and then opening or counter proposal. The next line, article number, and then what time you anticipate it to be presented. I think I added in that time as I was preparing these, and I apologize that I didn't mention that.
Yeah.
Originally.
Okay, but we can, I mean, especially once we get into counters and the time,
Yeah.
gives a little bit more.
It is. That is for our proposal themselves, so.
Sounds good. Which part about that?
All right, so Article 3, Association Rights and Responsibilities. As you go through all of our proposals, we are proposing to change anything that says like employee, substitute, chief, all of that to just bargaining unit member. It's the same in the certified contract. That way it's the same language across both contracts. That way it's easy for all of us to know, like, who are we talking about? So the first change you'll see is in 3B. When it talks about the substitute resources on the district website. And we just added in that the parties will meet no less than once per semester to review the substitute website pages content. Currently, Lisa does a great job of checking in, and Melissa Sass does a great job of checking in and making sure that we know what's on it. This just formalizes that process. On C, we added in, and vice president gets the contact. That's again, current practice is that, and just related information in case there's additional information for the school board meetings. For D, we are striking all of D and then changing it to the association shall have in each district facility where bargaining unit members are assigned exclusive use of a reasonable amount of bulletin board space. The way it was written before was just a little clumsy. This is the language from the certified contract, so we just pulled it over to this one. And then Emily's gonna talk through all of E, as it is quite a change.
It is. So for those of you who are new to the bargaining process, a couple of years ago, Oregon passed I believe it's Senate Bill 2016, which ensured new rights for union access to new employees. For those of you who are on the certified bargaining team, this language will be very familiar because this is the language that we use to settle the ULP basically during that bargain with tiny tweaks. So for E1, the only addition we've got is the association shall have the right to all available information concerning the district requested by the association as needed to fulfill its obligation as the exclusive representative underlined at no cost to the association. E2. The district shall provide an editable electronic database of each employee in the bargaining unit that includes each bargaining unit member's name, date of birth, first date of service, FTE, these are, and et cetera. These are pretty basic data points about each individual employee. We have asked that the data be updated at least every 120 days per the law on or about June and 1st and August 1st of each year. We would like to know about new employees who've completed the hiring process in anticipation of the coming school year. And then after August 1st, we would like new hire information every 10 days as per the law. So for E3, we have added that when the district holds any pre-service orientation for newly hired licensed subs, we will have a minimum of 30 minutes to discuss association goals. And you are also saying that you may hold more than one orientation each year.
The biggest change is E4. We are asking, or rather insisting that, during the academic year, the association shall be permitted to conduct a monthly new employee orientation for the purpose of meeting with newly hired employees for a minimum of 30 minutes within 30 days of their date of hire. And this is just from the law. We are looking forward to collaborating with you on mutually agreeing upon the dates, times, and locations for this. The big change here is that we are asking that it take place during regular work hours. And because of that, we also, employees cannot suffer a loss of pay or benefits from participating in these orientation meetings. So along those lines, we move down to C. The district shall release newly hired employees from their job duties to attend the association's new employee orientation. Whether scheduled to work or not, newly hired licensed subs shall be paid for attendance at this meeting. And we feel that this is necessary because if it's held during work hours, which it should be, we are concerned that employees won't show up to this meeting because they'll actually be giving up an opportunity to work. And we find that this solution is probably a lot less disruptive than having to track down individual substitutes in the work sites within the 30 days of hire, which is all right under the law. And we have as a backup plan here further on in the article. That seems, it is our right and we will enforce it, but I think it would be mutually beneficial for everyone if as many subs as possible attended the new sub orientation. That just seems much less chaotic. All right, we've also, per the language agreed to in the certified contract, we have some guidelines about how the district and the union will communicate about attendance at the meeting. And then, as I've said, sort of foreshadowed, we will also, we reserve the right to meet with employees individually within the first month of hire. But again, I think we can both agree that it is much less chaotic if we have that new employee orientation monthly. So that being said, I'm turn over to Katie.
Good. F is current contract language. G, we have G1, we've stricken it and brought over language. It's the same language that lives in the certified contract. So we just wanted to make sure that the contracts are the same. On G2, we have struck by June 15th of the leave year and said within 30 days of receiving the invoice, because we have never received an invoice by June 15th. And so it's very hard to just guess how much the salary and benefits are for the president and vice president. The salaries are easy, the benefits they change all the time. And so so we don't have to just cut a check that's maybe a random amount. Just within 30 days of the invoice, we'll pay our bill. And then we have just struck down at the bottom, the language around, shall be reinstated, just so that way it's, again, aligns with it's reinstated into a similar position. So it's, again, just a realigning it with the certified contract position. And then on the back, we have added K, association representation. This is the same language that we have in our certified contract. We have subs who are association reps or building reps now. And so we just wanted to make sure that their rights are cemented in this contract as well. And just talks about how they are a representative of our association. They could attend a grievance meeting or a representation or act as an association rep while they are out in buildings. And then J, that's just a formatting because of a little bit of realign the F and the G. Questions?
Your E1, you're asking for some information that is not really pertinent to these members of this contract, the location, FTE, the FTE. Yeah. Just wondering about that.
We're happy to adjust that, or we welcome a counter on that, those lines.
Okay.
And then I had a clarifier. You had, when you were explaining, thank you. Really thorough. Proposing a monthly service or just onesie twosies? I didn't know which way you were going.
So we are proposing a monthly orientation. And also, should an employee fail to show up for that orientation, we have the right to find them and speak with them for a half hour. That's what we're proposing.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll clarify that it can be in conjunction with the certified
Exactly.
orientation, that the monthly certified, it doesn't have to be two separate because it would be the same information that you're providing to all members.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
we
you.
would,
That's
yeah,
helpful.
they don't need to have.
Yes, it doesn't need to be a,
Separate one.
Yeah.
Okay.
for our purposes. All right, 4 is coming around association dues / payroll deduction. All right, so first of all, we changed payroll to not be a hyphenated word. Don't know why it was a hyphenated
It
word.
made Jessica really happy, and
It's a-
she will share in some of ours the same
It's a
thing.
strange thing, you read contracts and you find strange things.
Right.
So looking through down to B, a lot of the language that we have struck and then added is just to make sure that our contract is in line with HB 2016 and the law. So that, the district will, and that it aligns with our certified contract, so that the district will deduct dues, fees, and other assessments or authorized deductions to the union in accordance with payroll deduction authorizations signed by members and provided to the association. We'll provide those to the district with a list identifying the employees who have signed such authorizations, and the district shall rely on the list to make the authorized deductions. That will hold the district harmless from any and all claims, orders, judgments against the district as a result. Provided that we give timely notice of any claim to the provided that you give timely notice of any claim and that you fully cooperate with the association and its designated counsel. This is just language that we have pulled over from the certified contract. That aligns now with the law. Any questions? So the next one that's coming around is Article 6, grievance procedure, and Emily is going to talk through this article.
So,
I'm gonna give that a second.
yeah, let me give you guys a second. That's it. Right on. So some of this is sort of the overview of these changes is that we want the process to be more in alignment with the certified contract. Since often our site reps end up supporting substitutes in this work, we thought it would be easier and more efficient if they more closely aligned. And we also just did a little bit of housekeeping. So for example, in B2, I think that this has been the practice to the extent that grievances have been filed. Like, I don't imagine you would deny us the right to file a grievance on behalf of association rights or about a group of employees. But I just want to, have that actually in the contract as the definition of the grievance. In terms of the general procedures, we just spelled some basic things out just for clarity's sake. So a bargaining unit member is entitled to have an association rep present at any meeting or hearing held under this procedure. Of course, it would always be that. Bargaining unit member may file and process a grievance through step 1 of this article and have said grievance adjusted without the intervention of the association if the adjustment is consistent with the agreement and the association has been notified in advance and given an opportunity to be present at all the meetings. We will also get a copy of any decision. 4, time extensions shall be consented to in writing and with the mutual consent of the grievant or the association on behalf of the grievant in the district. Again, these are things we do anyway, but as we, we'll probably talk about a lot during this process, a contract is an educational document as well as a legally binding document. So to actually help our members understand their rights, we just want to spell it out for them. Also, I just wanted to make sure that we all share the same definition of what days means. We're going to talk about student contact days, not calendar days. And if you would like to change those quote marks, I'm not wed to them. It's not a special term. I just thought it would be nice to highlight it. So, all right, steps and procedures. So, step 1 is going to be an informal conversation with the site admin, the bargaining unit member, and an association rep held within 30 days of the alleged violation or within 30 days of the bargaining unit member becoming aware of the violation. Site administrator shall render their decision in writing to the bargaining unit member within 5 days of the informal conversation. So the 30 days is a longer timeline. It aligns with the certified contract. And also I would, note that given the sort of itinerant nature of substitute work, a longer deadline ensures that more people have access to the information they need and can consult with the association or the reps to actually meaningfully enforce the contract. Or maybe be talked out of grievances if there's no merit. So that time benefits both parties. Okay, step 2. If the issue is not resolved after the receipt of the administration's decision, the bargaining unit member may file a written grievance with the chief human resource officer within 5 days of receiving step 1 decision. So you'll notice if you're familiar with the certified contract, this is a much more truncated procedure. We thought that made sense. We think we're just, 2 levels of review is probably appropriate and more closely reflects how substitutes are managed. So it's fine. Within 5 days of receiving, as before, within 5 days of receiving the written grievance, the HR administrator will schedule a meeting. Within 15 days of step 2, they'll render a decision in writing. Step 3. This is probably the most substantive change. Previous language was a mutually agreed upon panel of neutrals from people in the district. And I appreciate what it's trying to do. It's trying to have an audit, a panel of people who are familiar with Beaverton weigh in on the contract. However, what our concern is that if something is serious enough to be proceeded to this final level of review, we would want a trained professional, i.e. an arbitrator, to actually weigh in on this. And there are lots of reasons for this. Binding arbitration is important. It needs to be done by an expert. And to potential counter arguments like, well, what does an arbitrator who isn't one of us know about Beaverton's particularities? Well, having done about 10 arbitrations myself, I can tell you that you have all day and all the witnesses you want to actually inform the arbitrator of the particularities of the context. You get to call the witnesses you want, present all the evidence you need, and it can be a really good and thorough process. And I will also say, having, all of us just survived the mediation process, sometimes it's helpful to have somebody who isn't part of the community weigh in on what has happened, especially if it's binding. So, and if you want to discuss how we would split costs in that matter, we are very open to that. And that is the grievance procedure.
Any questions? The next article that's coming around is Article 9, salary. All right, so 9A1, we are striking all of that language and instead saying the daily wage rate for bargaining unit members shall be whichever is greater of either the daily rate of pay of step 2 on the BA salary for BSD certified educators or $10 more than the published Oregon Department of Education final minimum pay rate. This will allow our substitutes to see a cost of living increase every year, to see an adjustment based on what the certified contract has said. Instead of having just, a flat number, which we have seen, we are at a much lower pay rate currently than a lot of the areas surrounding us. Portland is almost $40 to $50 more a day than we are currently. This would kind of allow us to kind of keep up with inflation and keeps it at a steady increase each year. As the certified unit continues.
Can I ask a clarifier?
Yeah.
What is their pay rate?
What is Portland's?
You said it's 40.
So their language is almost identical to this language that we are copying over for the Portland substitute contract, where it is the daily wage rate of a step on their salary schedule. But it's like theirs is because they have a much wider salary schedule. It's in the middle. It's about $276 currently for this year. But again, because they use the same language, it changes every year.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wanted to know.
Yeah. Yeah, and because they have increased in bargains that we are seeing a lot of the staffing agencies then that do the substitute hirings for all the other districts have also increased their daily rate of pay to be competitive as well. Otherwise, the rest of 2.3 is just, language cleanup. In B1, we are proposing that instead of 65% to hit the work incentive and it's 82, that we're changing those to 60 and 75. This will allow more people to hit that work incentive to get the extra little bonus that you can get. And you'll see that is carried across in B2 and 3. Those same numbers of 60 and 75% each trimester. In 4, we have just added clarifying language around inclement weather days will not count as potential work days when determining qualification for the incentive. This has been past practice in the past around not including, if we have a snow day, that's not a day that a substitute has the ability to work. And so not including that as a potential work day seems to be what is just. And then on C, we are adding language that the district will post paydays, cutoff dates for payroll periods, and incentive dates on the BSD Substitute webpage within 2 weeks of their adoption. Just so that way everything is clear and that people know where to find that information when they need it. Questions on that?
Thank you.
And then finally, Article 10 benefits is coming around. So this article includes a lot of cleanup language as well, considering that insurance is constantly changing. So the first big change is A1A. We are proposing to drop the numbers from a minimum of 60 full days to 50 full days, which would be the equivalent of 400 hours. And then we struck the Kaiser to the lowest cost district provided health insurance plan. Because we know that Kaiser and Regions are constantly changing who is the lowest cost paid with the ever increasing cost of insurance. B, that is just, it should have probably been changed last bargaining cycle because we added an article last cycle. We didn't catch that. It's Article 10 just reference itself instead of it was referencing Article 9 salary. And again, lowest cost district provided. On C, we are proposing to decrease the number from 35 to 30, and then the equivalent would be 240 hours. And then on E, again, E should be going from 60 to 50, and then from 480 to 400. For 2 coverage, A, we have added selected under the lowest cost district provided health insurance and lowest cost district provided dental coverage plan. Just so that way it's really clear what plans we are talking about. And the rest are, changing substitute to bargaining unit member throughout. Until we get to A, B, again, striking Kaiser and just providing district provided medical insurance.
3B.
Yeah, 3B, I apologize.
Okay, yeah, I was like 8B.
There's a lot of,
Okay.
this one has a lot of ABAs. Because technically it is a 3A.
Yeah.
Or 3B. Continuing on throughout the article, everything is just clean up to change to bargaining unit member until we get to E, which is added language. Bargaining unit members shall be eligible to receive the employee assistance program in the same manner as the certified educator bargaining units. This is Canopy. Currently, substitute members are the only people in the district who don't have access to Canopy. And we would love to have them have access to it. It gives them lots of, whether it's free therapy, whether it's, financial counseling, whether it's help with wills, all of those things that we all take advantage of. It gives them that access too. So that way they're able to have that as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Your idea, and I don't know the regions would be the lowest, but if I was in this situation and Kaiser 1 year and then Regents becomes the lowest, then I'm switching, and then I have to change all my doctors and everything, and then the next year Kaiser, that would Not, is that the best for the members? I guess that's.
Yeah, I mean, we're open to a counter, you know,
Okay.
I think we have all seen. Kaiser was the lowest cost for a long time, and then last year, we saw that switch, and I believe we switched everybody then over to Regions, if my memory serves me correctly for substitutes.
Yeah.
I think it's
Oh, it's still Kaiser,
Kaiser.
okay.
They say with Kaiser.
So just looking at like, you know, if, let's say Kaiser comes in and it's $300 more than Regents, like what, trying to find a balance of just not forcing them into being in, you know, let's say, especially because we are seeing Kaiser kind of cost runaway, a little bit more than Regents in the past few years. Especially now that we've made that change, is like, how do we provide health insurance without disruption of care, but also keep it under control? So we'd be totally open to any sort of counter that kind of, it's how do we balance all of these needs, right? And that is the joys of having two different health insurance plans that work very differently in a time where healthcare costs are rising at an astronomical rate.
All right, and I think that's gonna be it. Reading. Did we get our copies?
We can start with one.
Yeah, and Emily's gonna go check.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we are going to propose one, just so that everyone knows, 1, 5, 7, and 8. And we'll start off with Article 1, status of agreement. Does Emily need to be here? Do we want to wait for her?
I mean, they're still coming around, but yeah, we'll wait for her.
Okay.
She was just checking to see how the printing is going.
Okay. Oh. It's the force of habit. And while she's doing that, do you want to talk about 2, since no one is proposing to open that? Do you want to go ahead and TA that after we present all of our articles?
Yeah, we
Okay.
can.
All right, so we can get 2 printed.
Just so that it can be acknowledged,
I'm sorry,
just so it can be acknowledged.
yeah,
Well, yeah, we would have to.
Okay.
Agree to it.
I'll pass it around. This is a different color yellow. I like it.
I just asked yellow.
My understanding is the person who provides our yellow may no longer be supplying that yellow anymore, so we have to choose a new yellow.
What? Indeed, no, we had more than a few emails exchanged about the shade of yellow.
Wow.
So we are now moving
know.
from canary yellow to a buttery.
Yeah, apparently
I like
canary is
canary.
being discontinued.
We're gonna bring our own canary yellow.
Well, you are welcome.
All right, well, Janine's
Yeah.
gonna start us off with that Article 1.
So, the 2 areas on this agreement that we, are proposing is under Article 1D2, that we are proposing a 3-year agreement starting 27-28. That was when we would have a successor agreement. And if you go all the way to the back where it's G, on the duration, that's where it starts. It would start July 1, 2025, and go through June 2028. And those are the only changes in our Article 1.
I'm gonna, we'll have some comments for this after caucus.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
We'll pass around 5. Oh. And we're gonna have 3 and Grant both of this started, and then I'll finish it up. We'll wait till everyone gets it. Looks like everyone has it.
Right, so for Article 5, employees' rights and responsibilities, we're proposing under C to change daily subs are required to turn in keys, laptops, and electronic access devices at the end of each day.
And just some reasoning from that, this came from feedback mostly from office staff, just with the desire to make sure each day, guest teachers have equipment for the next day, collected at the end of the day. It's standard practice, but just kind of formalizing that so we can make sure it's checked, prepared, and ready to go for the group the next day. We have, computers, plenty of computers available, but sometimes they get tight when we have subtours stuff. Just making sure we have materials ready for the following day.
Thank you for that. And if we go to the second page on E, there's just some changes there, just title changes. The first one, it's after, it starts with recommendations for removal will only be considered after confirmation. The site administrator, because at the top, it didn't have it, so it just had really just administrator. We want to share that it is the site administrator. Makes that. And then the other ones are just, there was a title change with HR admin to HR executive, so that's been changed there. In F, there was a hyphenated reapply, and so we wanted to change that as well, so that that is one word there. And then if you go down to H, it's, we corrected that to say temporary employees instead of during the hiring window for temporaries. Why that was there. So we just changed that word to words to temporary employees there. Five.
So just confirming, your preferred nomenclature for HR is going to be HR executive rather than administrator going forward.
Yes. It's
Okay.
a title change.
Yeah.
That is it for that one. And we move on to set. She's handing it out and she's going to talk about it. This is fine.
Okay, Article 7, professional working conditions and assignment. A2, we have added in a sentence that flexibility of the 15 minutes, we are putting in such flexibility must not interfere with direct student contact time. They can make that flexibility, but if the students are in, they cannot make that change. They're responsible for the students doing that, their student time. And then we have in A6, a change, we took out the number sign and just put in with a job number.
I believe that is it for number 7, so Article 7. And we move on to Article 8. Pastor, do you need a copy?
I have some notes. I should probably.
Yeah.
Available.
I made some changes. Jessica's gonna start us off on Article 8.
Okay, so I'm gonna do Article 8, Section A. Mostly what you will see here is grammatical changes, some clarifications. In A2, we took out the 1/2 in numbers and we spelled it out, and some clarification on in-service, changing that into professional development. In A3, we have added the word for to go with the hours. And clarified that the training is required district training instead of in-service. In A5, we have again taken out in-service and replaced with professional development in 2 places there. In 6, this is some cleanup of describing what this is, a professional development session. And changing the word pay to compensation to be clear on what that is there. And in 7, adding professional development units instead of starting out with an acronym that not all parties necessarily know what that means, and changing in-service to professional development. 8B for tuition reimbursement. Most of our changes here are just to clean up the language and make it a little bit more concise. So B1, a minimum 480 hours or the equivalent of 60 full days. we just removed or at least, and then B2, this was just rephrased to be a little bit more clear. Coursework and workshops are eligible for tuition reimbursement only if pre-approved by Human Resources Department. B6. This part of it just felt very clunky, and so we reworded it to become professional and clear. The employee must first pay the tuition to be eligible for reimbursement. And payments made by sources not personally paid by the employee will not be reimbursed. We felt like that was a better language that covered more than just grants. It also covers other methods of payment that wouldn't otherwise be reimbursed. And then in 8, we just cleaned it up to say 14 business days, because that is consistent with the license agreement, and then we just changed office to department.
That's it.
On 6, would that include, like, if somebody took out a loan to pay?
No, a loan would be, so a loan would be their own, like that's
Yeah.
them paying for it, so that would still be reimbursable.
It's like if someone got a scholarship.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
scholarships.
Anything that
grants,
offsets the
Yeah,
cost,
yeah.
that they don't
You
have
can't
to
get
pay
double
back,
paid is the.
basically,
Yeah, that's-
that is the, yeah. All right, that is it for 8. Yeah, I think that is everything, right?
Yep.
Are we gonna have someone print too? Or how-
We can also print it and then
Okay.
after copy it.
Okay. So looks like everybody has some work to do.
Yeah.
That's great. It's 9:47 now. Sorry, Michelle hates my little thing. For maybe an hour.
That sounds good.
Okay.
We'll check in and, I mean, just text and
Okay.
figure out where we're at.
Okay. So, let's say 11 o'clock. Text at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, thank you. If you
All right, come back. Do you want to start with TA Article 2?
Yes, I would
Fun
love to.
times.
Probably race mine. What is today?
The second.
Um, I was just signing that
We are agreeing that.
Awesome.
I already share with my team.
You can keep that one.
Oh, thanks, what a TA is and how much I love them. So they already know. They're
We can
appropriate.
I can share some really great photos.
They
Americans
make life easy.
Celebrating a TA for efforts in need.
Filling her heart with joy.
There's that. So we have a counter on Article 1 to start.
Okay.
Timestamps when we begin.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so, in A, we just expanded out, we changed from teachers to educators and just clarified that it's subbing for any member of the certified bargaining unit. That's currently how it works. It just had said teachers, so we wanted to make sure it was really clear about who it covers. And then for, you'll see in D as well as, we didn't catch it in G, but, we're proposing a 2-year agreement, and so we can make that before we email it over to you, but in G, just we'll be switching those dates as well, but you can see that it would expire in 27. Questions about that one?
So you want to do BEA and BEA substitute at the same time?
That is our proposal.
Okay.
And then H, so we are striking the language in H, and so, our reasoning being that our substitutes are BEA members, and if our certified unit were to be on strike, we don't want to force union members to have to cross a picket line. And so we're striking the language around peaceful resolution of differences in order to allow them to not be forced into crossing a picket line of their own. Any other questions?
So that means they feasibly wouldn't be paid,
Yeah.
right?
All right. No questions.
Well, 5 is coming around.
Oh, yeah, that's what I don't- okay. Okay.
And you'll see again, we switched everything to bargaining unit members for consistency's sake. So in A1, we added around citizenship that, participating in, citizenship, religious or political activities for any employees outside of the school environment shall not be grounds for any discipline or shall.
No religious or political activity.
Yeah, no religious shall be, essentially, no religious or political activity shall be grounds for discrimination or discipline. So that way, when people are participating in their religious activities or political activities, they're not grounds for discipline as well. Going down to C, we clarified a little bit on the language around access to online student attendance and profile systems, e.g. Synergy, and access to online curriculum, just to kind of expand what it is that they need to be able to do a job. And then we also added that they will get this no later than 15 minutes prior to the beginning of their contact with students. We then accepted your language around daily subs are required to turn in their laptop keys and electronic devices at the end of each day. And then Emily is going to talk through the next 2 pages of changes.
So for D, we just, the only changes are changing substitute teachers to bargaining unit members.
for E, this is a right that people have under law. We don't want it to be in the contract, as we said, for educational purposes. So whenever a bargaining unit member is directed to meet with the site administrator or other representative of the district regarding a matter which could result in disciplinary action or termination, the bargaining unit member shall be given prior written notice describing the issue to be discussed and the right to have representation to support and advise the bargaining unit member during that meeting. F, we have asked that human resources or a site administrator must notify a bargaining unit member of any allegation against them that may lead to discipline within 15 days following the receipt of the allegation. Every effort will be made to schedule the investigatory interview within 45 days of receiving the complaint. This is probably likely what's already happening, but I think that this is a good set of guidelines for administrators. When members are attempting, when months go by after something has happened, it can often be difficult for substitutes to remember, well, what was I doing that day? What happened that day? I don't know. Was I there that day? I don't know. I mean, it's really puts the member at a disadvantage when there's when it can go on months without actually telling somebody what is up. So G. This is going to be the biggest change, but we think this is one that will benefit both parties. And I want to say that a lot of the practices that have already been taking place for the discipline of substitutes are largely in alignment with this standard. We just want it to be in the contract. So G, no bargaining unit member shall be disciplined without just cause. So for people new to bargaining, just cause is this concept in labor relations that means that you don't take action against an employee unless you've done a fair investigation, you've done a complete investigation, they had reasonable notice of whether it was a wrong thing to do or not, or it's so obvious that they should have known already, and etc. Right? And that's just common sense. 2, all actions, disciplinary or non-disciplinary, shall follow a completed investigation, including interviews with all relevant staff and witnesses. Kind of an elaboration of just cause, but we, if an administrator wants to take appropriate action against a member, we'd like them to have done the homework first. 3, here are the forms that discipline could take. So for example, so here we've come up with 3 ideas. A, memo of concern. So it's for things that are concerning, but not enough that you would never want to see this person again. Probably how this is being handled these days is like an email directive or a conversation informally. We'll just formalize the process. It also mirrors the disciplinary process in the certified unit as well. So that consistency might help administrators be able to keep straight how they treat both subs and certified educators. B, exclusion from a work site. This is this is what is happening now. We have actually, so an exclusion from a worksite is a period, you know what an exclusion is. The length of a building restriction shall depend on the circumstances, but shall not be greater than 2 years from the date of original issue. So basically, we feel like 2 years is enough time for a substitute to be given a second chance. And sometimes administrators come and go in that period. And the substitute may be none the wiser and think that their exclusion remains, ongoing. So we think that a 2-year time frame is a reasonable compromise. Like we're giving you extra time for exclusion, but we also want it to have a definite end date. C, this is current practice. Removal from the BSD licensed substitute pool. So bargaining unit members who received 3 exclusions from work sites may be removed from the BSD substitute pool. That's what's happening anyway. So we just thought we would codify it. And of course, we don't disagree. One of the elements of just cause is if, for example, somebody does something truly heinous at a work site, of course, you would be able to remove them from the pool immediately once you have followed the appropriate procedures. That's language does not obligate you to keep them for 3 exclusions if something truly heinous has happened. Any questions? That's a lot to sort of absorb.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
On the memo of concern, you mentioned 2 kind of documents. You mentioned an email directive and the memo of concern as one.
Well, so I could have been clearer. What I was saying is there's already practices that are kind of similar, the email directives, but the memo of concern is what we would like, the form we would like it to hit going forward.
So you're saying, are you saying exclude don't do an email directive? Is that what you're proposing? Or, and you're saying start with the memo of concern, that's the first?
That is the first disciplinary. If you feel like discipline isn't necessary, of course, have the directive conversation. Always start with the conversation. But there are some things, what we're trying to allow for is there are some things that are serious, need to be documented, but not so serious that you need to exclude someone.
Okay.
So with respect to that, our administrators, that they have a concern that comes up with a situation and they, in lieu of them even coming to us, a lot of times we'll go talk to the person and coach them, right?
That's wonderful.
So they go coach and they let us know, we talk about the thing, that's good, they get another chance.
Yeah.
With this, they don't. With the way you've got this written here, discipline, it goes all of a sudden, discipline from bargaining, they're excluded, they get a memo of concern in their working file or in their file there, which they are, it would be held at the district level because they are, itinerant per se. So
I don't read this as preventing coaching conversations or email directives.
okay,
It's
well,
just
maybe
giving you
we'll
an
have
additional
to use the
option.
language about that.
Well,
yeah.
It would also, like, having a conversation, like, maybe you're chewing your gum while teaching and it's hard to listen. I can talk to you about, hey, don't chew your gum. That's not necessarily discipline, but that's more of coaching.
Mhm.
For, let's say, you let kids, chew the gum and that's against the school rules. Maybe that's a memo of concern. Not enough for me to say, hey, I never want you back. But just, hey,
But that's not the same level as a memo. If you're trying to mirror what we do with license, that memo of concern
Is usually
would not be
Absolutely.
that. It would be an email direct. It would be like talking to them or following the rules, that kind of thing, because then it's not discipline. That, you know what I mean? At the
Yeah.
different levels, I think we're adding a layer here. We'll have to talk about it as. a
Yeah,
team, but
I
we
think
will
we should.
counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Let's talk
are
about it.
trying to have a framework that is known and knowable to the substitutes as they work at this work site,
Okay.
which we feel is their right. All right.
Can I ask a follow-up question on?
Yeah, of course.
B, I'm just curious about the two-year
Mhm.
window, because at a building level, often that exclusion takes place because of some harm that was done to students. And so those students typically are in the school community for longer than 2 years. So I don't know, but I'm sure we can put a counter effect. Just curious
Yeah.
about that number for 2.
We were trying, the current contract is you can ask to have it removed after 1 year. We were trying to think of a compromise position that would give you guys a longer window before it could be removed. And we've also written it so that you can have a shorter term, like, for example, if there's a short-term thing that you would want an exclusion for, like, let's say if there's a problematic interaction between a substitute and a student, and the student's about to graduate in 6 months, a 6-month exclusion might make sense. But we welcome a counter.
No, that's why I said, shall depend on the circumstance.
Exactly, yeah. All right, going on, and I do want to say that I really appreciated Erica, especially your write-ups for the substitute exclusions. Like, that would be entirely consistent with this just cause, like, that is excellent. So, and our engineering, but, sorry, I was like, it was just, yeah, sorry. HR
Yeah.
doing great, HR is doing great. All right, exclusions from work sites. So here in 4A, we just ask that the bargaining unit member and the association are entitled to see materials related to the preliminary inquiry upon request. So that's basically just, we can see the investigatory materials.
Okay,
after
I
it's
was like,
done.
what
Yeah,
materials?
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
just the investigatory materials. Here we move down, we've got for B, at any point, well, this is just what I said, but at any point after the end of the second academic year of a worksite exclusion, a bargaining unit member may request their exclusion be removed. Such a request shall be honored. And then.
and then the restriction because it takes the place of.
Yeah. So going on, I think it's
Yeah.
H.
Moving on with H, we're accepting your 5 full days with the strikeout of half days, and we just put in or equivalent hours of, so being 40. Just because maybe somebody works a 6-hour day, that's not necessarily a full day, but, or they work 10 half days to get towards that. And then, they shall be, we said they shall be removed from the substitute list by October 1st. So that way we are maintaining accurate list of who is employed by this district. And then they must reapply. We accepted that change of reapply if they wish to be eligible for substitute teaching jobs within the bargaining unit. And then we went down on J and accepted temporary employees as well.
Yeah.
Any questions on that article? There's a lot going on.
So that's F, that's our old F, right?
Yeah, because
Yes, okay,
there's,
yes.
there's a lot of
Yeah, okay, thank you.
yeah.
Okay.
May I ask, on H, it seems like they're kind of fighting with each other. Because we said 4 hours counts as a day and you're saying equivalent of 40 hours.
It says 5 full days.
I believe you removed half day.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
noticed
so
that there was a strikeout that you didn't draw our attention to. If that was unintentional, that's.
On your original F,
Yeah.
you had strucken out half day. So it said 5 full or half is the original contract language and y'all had strucken out or half. So we accepted that strikeout and just clarified that it could be or
So
equivalent.
do we need to remove the last sentence then? Any assignment of 4 or more hours will
Oh.
count as a full day.
Yes.
Oh, good
Or
catch.
this
Okay.
requirement.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yes,
we
good
missed
catch. Thank
that.
you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we would strike that. Languages to language to language.
Okay, good. We didn't catch that part. Thank you.
I don't know. All right, Article 7. Okay, so again, you'll see a lot of the bargaining unit members. In A2, we accepted your such flexibility shall not interfere with direct student contact time. Continuing on. We, on 5, we split it into A and B, and then we added the language for B, where it says if a job is canceled due to inclement weather, for example, snow, wildfire, excessive heat, on the same day, the bargaining unit member shall receive 2 hours of pay. So this is assuming, they wake up in the morning, the 6 a.m. phone call comes, that they had already planned and scheduled their day to be there. We are proposing that that person gets 2 hours of pay because they had already been relying on that pay for that day. So continuing on, then on number 6, we accepted your language of with a job number. The job number should have been bold and underlined. Continuing on to 7, 7 looks a little bit different. It's A, B, and C. We currently have an MOU in place that aligns how long-term subs accrue sick leave and how they can use sick leave, so it aligns with Oregon law. This is the exact language that's in that signed MOU that currently we're all living under, and just put it into the contract so that way our contract is aligned with Oregon law. And that's all the language that we had previously agreed to when we bargained that last year. Moving on to B, long-term subs. So we added new section B2. So in cases where the long-term assignment is in a self-contained sped classroom, the district shall provide safety care training to the bargaining unit member on paid time. We think this is really important for the safety of both the students and the educators in the room to be able to be trained in the appropriate care for the students. So then everything is going to be renumbered because we added a 2. So the old 3, which is now the new 4, we are proposing, instead of calling those emergency days, to call those personal days. I think it's really I think a lot of us are unclear what an emergency day is, right? And just saying that they get 1 personal day during each 10-week assignment. And then we also added for assignments longer than 10 weeks, these days shall accumulate of a 1 rate of a personal day for 10 weeks work. So let's say you're in a long-term assignment for 22 weeks, you would get 2 personal days accumulated during that 22 weeks.
What's And if I may ask, the definition to you guys of the personal day.
We would say it's the same as a certified educator, right? It's a day that you're just taking off to meet whatever your personal needs are. Versus an emergency sounds like something that, oh, I woke up and there's some sort of emergency that has happened versus a personal, hey, maybe I'm taking a long weekend. Or maybe my kids is gonna have a school performance. That's not an emergency, but wanting to attend your child's school performance would be considered a personal need.
Yeah.
Where emergency definitely sounds like it's something like you have woken up to, your house is flooded or something like that. Then the old 4, which is the new 5, we've struck in some of that language just because it now lives in that previously agreed to sick leave language.
5 as a
5 should not be,
Right,
yeah,
okay.
the joys of formatting,
Formatting.
especially tiny little numbers.
Mhm.
The old 5, new 6. We are adding in that the daily rate of pay for bargaining union members shall be divided by the number of student contact days on the teacher salary schedule. Instead, so student contact would be new there. And then we added in an 8, which is jury duty, and that is the same language that is currently in the certified contract. None of us have any control of whether or not the government calls us for jury duty. And so currently subs would have to take those days unpaid if the government were to call them for jury duty. And so we just want to have a process outlined for how jury duty is handled for our long-term subs.
Yeah, okay.
Not for our daily subs, but for our long-term subs. Questions about Article 7?
in the new number 5.
Yeah.
Where you added in, the words contact days, tell me, or student contact days. Tell me what you're trying to accomplish by adding in those words. I don't exactly.
Yeah, because.
Okay, I was gonna say, well, because currently the denominator includes days that substitutes are eligible to work. Like, so if it's all grading days,
Professional development days.
professional development days, those are counted as part of the length of the teacher contract. But we're saying it really isn't fair to subs because if they could not have a job on those days, it doesn't make sense for that to be the denominator. It should be days that they're eligible to work.
Thank you.
Is that it?
We have one more. We got you 8.
Okay. Oh, sure. You always want to hold the copy.
Right. This is under long-term, aren't long-term. The PD days and grade days. So I understand what you're saying from the point of view of a non-long-term, but under long-term.
They're eligible
Apply,
to
right?
work those days.
That's true.
Yeah, we'll accept a
Okay,
counter.
okay. Good job.
All right, Article 8. Throughout the whole article, we accepted all of your changes around spelling out professional development units, spelling out for all of those kind of grammatical changes. Our first substantial change is in A3, and we are proposing that it be 4 hours paid online required trainings. And we also want a clarification that this is referring to like the Vector, the Safe Schools online trainings and not in addition to.
Right, it's because we said required training and those are required.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page there.
Yeah.
Moving down then on 6, we're accepting your language. We just put in optional professional development sessions, just so it is clear that substitute members are not required to attend those professional development sessions, but that they can attend them if they choose to. For B1, we are accepting your language. For B2, we are accepting your language. For B6, we are accepting your language. For B8, we're accepting your language. The office should say department. We're willing to accept department. And then on 9, we're also accepting the language.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
On A7. We had proposed professional development and placement in service, but that is not here. I just wanted to make sure that that was
It's
noted.
not intentional.
Okay,
We're happy
that
to
was my
accept
question.
PD.
Yeah. Sorry for that, Jessica. There's a lot of changes of professional development. Any questions about all of that?
Lunch will be here at noon.
Yeah, be here, I heard some rumbling.
Okay. And it seems like the tables have shifted and we have a lot, all, right? So I believe it's gonna take us quite some time, so maybe I can just text you and we can connect, but we probably will have the bulk of our time be working.
Yeah, and if there's anything, like, if you guys just want to, like, if you finish an article or two and just want to come up and counter.
Okay, all right.
We're willing.
Okay, okay.
As a note, we do need to be out of this
By 3.
by 3, because
Right.
there's another meeting that starts.
Yeah, and we have that on our end time
Yeah.
at 30, so. Okay, all right, we will get to work. Thank you.
That's right.
Just trying to get the passing of the case. Okay, all right, so thank you very much. We have two articles to return as counters. We have Article 1 and Article 4. And as soon as everyone gets a copy, we'll have to name status with Article.
It's on, right?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
It turns red on the very bottom if it's muted,
Oh, okay.
and the eyes are
I
gone
could
if
see
it
the eyes.
doesn't,
Yeah.
if the camera's on.
Okay, everybody have it? Okay, so with Article 1, we accepted your part where you said licensed substitute educators, but we actually took out the parentheses regarding the definition. We feel like that's enough that it outlines who they are, because we have educators of all types here, like, you know, different disciplines and stuff like that. So that's what we.
So you felt it was not necessary, but it's not that you were against.
Yeah, that's sufficient. Okay, and then if you go down to D, we are not accepting your proposal of the contract for the dates, which aligns with if you go over to G. So we're sticking with a 3-year. Yeah, 3-year contract. And then at the very last, through H, we're keeping that in there, and mainly because if the district was in a situation where we were at a strike situation between the BEA and us, we would want to be able to offer classrooms for people to be able to be employed. And so we are going to keep that phrase in there with regards to that, because they're at will employees and they should be able to decide. That's our stance.
Is it that you want to allow the option or you want to force the option?
No, allow the option. They're at will, so they would certainly be able to, we couldn't force somebody to come. We can't force people to, yeah. That's us.
Thank you for that, Claire.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions or?
So that is Article 1. Now we will move to Article 4. Well, I take butter yellow back because the highlight yellow you can see on that one, so.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it probably works. for us. Everybody, we're talking. We're gonna let Grant start us off and then I'll chime in.
So we accepted language of bargaining unit members, payroll kind of down there, pay, we have that first bullet. So we're accepting the language. Just one thing we wanted you to notice is we're kind of getting into the counters. Where we definitely recognize the need to kind of acknowledge the balance of language between the certified contract and this contract, but each one of these, we're kind of going through the different employee types and trying to make sure we're balancing the language so that it's appropriate. So in this one, we just added no later than the first of each month under 1. As that would be, you know, hirings happening throughout the year and making sure that that's acknowledged as a no later than each month addition, which applies towards substitute educators. So that was kind of the one addition we added to the language there, but otherwise we accepted 1.
I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
I noticed that you added in B for number 2, or were you gonna move on to number 2?
Yeah, I was.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Go away.
So for number 2, and I'm curious of why you're gonna say that, because pretty much for most of it, we accepted your language. We just formatted it a little differently, right? Because we wanted it all to be in the same, whereas in this one, it didn't have the district, so we put the district there and removed it or struck it through. And then made it so that it's a cohesive kind of statement there. What was your question?
I think it's the same as our language.
It is.
Yeah,
the
it is.
exact
It's just
same.
maybe that
We
the
just
formatting
changed- It's just the
Okay.
formatting.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, what's she gonna ask? Cause it's the exact same.
Yeah, no, I think it was just thrown by the.
Okay, it's just the formatting is
Yeah.
a little different.
Mhm.
All right, so that is it for 2.
It's, it looks like you struck out C.
No,
No.
we can struck that.
Oh, no, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually the,
No, it's okay.
Mhm.
Just
Yeah.
explain
So
it.
the only change is the no later than the first of each month.
yeah,
Yeah.
correct. Just sum it up. And that's it that we have for today.
Can you give us 5 minutes? You can say we'll just go into the other room.
Oh, sure, sure,
No.
sure.
She can't get her. Look at her. We'll TA four. Well, I done for you a TA.
TA person. I'm happy to get excited.
That's a good thing.
Okay.
We're done. All right, we don't ever have to look at it again. And I always have to ask.
The second.
Still a second.
Ask your numbers person over there.
Yes, she is my numbers person. Oh, and I put 3 or 2,
Yeah, would you like to have it back?
yes,
And especially because
I just signed
if
it.
we're counting today as day one, it's a little,
April came way too fast.
thank you.
All right, okay.
All right, great,
So our next, we want to just do our next
Yeah.
section would be the 10th,
yeah,
and it'll be at, I call it the new old office, but the old office.
so the old district office,
Mhm,
Okay.
yeah, 9 to 4.
yeah.
Okay, and then-
Can we get in at 8:30?
Yes, we'll probably have to get you the badges. if
Yeah.
you want to do it.
Carrie Delp had activated my badge, my personal badge last time. We used that
Oh.
building, I don't know,
Okay.
so we can, so public safety.
She didn't communicate that with me.
It's when we did our ratification emails, or at meetings, because I had to be able to get in, she's like, I'll just activate your personal badge.
Okay.
That was nice.
All right, well,
And
I
so-
will work on that and I'll let you know if she's
That's
gonna
way
do
better.
that or give you
Yeah,
a badge.
it's because then we don't have to do,
You don't have an extra badge. you
yeah,
have to get
and it's
that.
also then very clear that it was me
Yeah.
because it's tied to
Okay.
me versus a random.
And
That's
do you
nice.
wanna, we start at 9, do you wanna come in or what
She
time?
said 8:30.
8:30?
Yeah, just have it, that way we can get set up.
Okay.
And then we'll have one for you probably.
Okay, all right. And then- What else would you? And then we will have some things too. How about that?
Yeah,
Okay,
and you guys you'll take care of lunch.
yes, we have lunch. All right,
Sounds
thank
good.
you for a productive day.
Thank you.
Yeah.